Faut prendre un livre. Toujours pas, toujours pas. Toujours pas d'invocation.
But if you like the video, subscribe, it does help out a lot. Now, we're all aware of the giant lobsters, and they're already a surprise enough, but what you might not know is one of them is not what they seem. And the lobster located near the bottom left part of the lake is actually a scion. And once that enemy is killed, it will drop a larval tear, which is used for rebirth, explaining the hidden enemy. But that isn't the only one, and there's actually many more. Some of which is the normal looking soldier, who's actually a bear, and another soldier who's actually a troll. It's really funny to come across, and the item drops are pretty good. While at the Church of Erith, you'll encounter Thops who asks for a spare glintstone key, and if obtained and given, he'll give you the Eurodician gesture and continue on his way. But there's a small detail that comes with the gesture. If you happen to wear any...
Bon. J'essaie ce truc là moi. Oui, ils ont vu ça. Ah, si tu lui donnes la clé.
Any of the glintstone crowns and use the newly acquired emote, the stones on them will glow. But Elden Ring has a total of 6 torches, and with that many options, they're bound to do more.
6. J'ai 6 torches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, il m'en manque une.
More than just light a room, and some of them actually have pretty cool effects. The St. Trina's torch, found on the mountaintops of the giants within a wagon, displays a cool purple color, but this torch's ability will actually put enemies to sleep. Another one within Nokron, called the Ghost Flame Torch, has a nice blue glow, and this time each hit builds up frost. But one of my favorites, which reminds me...
Ghost Flame. Oh. C'est le seul qui mine à point actuellement. C'est ici. Ah merde. Je suis con, j'aurais dû juste reprendre l'ascenseur en fait, mais c'est pas grave. C'est tellement intellectuel que... droite. Ah, je vois. Ouais, mais la question c'est comment je fais pour l'atteindre en vrai. Monter. Non, ce jump, je peux pas le faire. Clairement, je peux pas le faire. Mais t'es moins stressé par le niveau. Ça devient plus simple, hein. Ouais, t'es moins stressé par les dégâts que je prends. Ah, mais comment je fais pour monter talent en fait? Le jump que tu vas faire, tu peux pas le faire. Ah putain, t'es vraiment obligé de le faire en fait. suis vraiment obligé de le faire comme un. Et j'ai l'impression que je peux pas le faire en fait. J'ai l'impression que le jump ne va pas aussi loin. C'est pas le souci. Ils disent tu peux, mais t'as pas l'impression que tu peux en fait. Hein. Plus bas, mais je suis pas sûr. Non, c'est plus haut. Bizarre, je sais même plus où c'est là maintenant. Oui, j'ai trouvé direct. Là, pour l'excellent, je n'arrive pas à le trouver. C'est là. Je vais tomber. Ah, je peux demander ça. Hein, mais... Je vais m'arrêter sur ce putain de saut là. Oh putain, ici. Et j'ai la dernière tâche.
Of Bloodborne is called the Beast Repellent Torch, and it does exactly what you think. When equipped, rats and wolves will refuse to attack you. Bears will also just run away, and you can chase them around. I did try it on the mini-boss bear, but it didn't have any effect. Oh, by the way, as pointed out by Zuli, there's actually 7 torches instead of 6, the 7th being its own weapon and classifying as a spear. But while exploring, you might come across some of these statues, and I'd always recommend following the path they show, as it leads to shortcuts or secret caves. There's not much to them, but they are helpful. Another useful detail involves the trails left after you've killed an enemy. Depending on the color, you can tell if there's an item to pick up. In previous Souls games, you'd have to wait for the enemy to die and then kind of ragdoll around until the item finally appeared. Although now, if the color's white, then that means there's an item, and if yellow, then it's just ruins. Now, I don't know why I didn't look into it now, but Fia the Hugging Lady is actually pretty bad. If you decide to be held, you'll acquire Baldekin's Blessing, which takes away 5% of your max HP for a boost in poise, which just helps you not get staggered. Although, just go to your inventory and use the item, which gives you a 35% physical damage negation for around 15 seconds. But that doesn't mean ignore Fia, as if you've been to Altus Plateau, talking to her will initiate a very easy questline that I'm not sure if I wish I did. Tell me what you think. Now, there are a lot of these mines, and with them being the main place for smithing stones, it can be a must-need destination. But there's no reason for the enemies to be difficult. Since they're just made of stone, just use a blunt weapon, which as you can see does around 4 times more damage. Although there is another option, and magic is just as, or even more effective than the blunt weapons. I mean, it melts these guys. It also works just as well on the boss. With Elden Ring's new boss style being longer combos, parrying is much more effective, and there are mini bosses that are just designed to overwhelm you. They'll have 6 or 7 chain attacks that you have to run from, and instead of trying to dodge each move, just spam the parry button and it will hit. Trust me, this has made so many boss fights easier because, well, they do all the work for you. Also, if you have an effective parry, try and time your charged heavy attack and strike them just as they're getting up. It's really effective, and actually if you don't think the timing has matched up, just let go of the trigger and you can do a fast heavy attack, which does less damage, but at least you can guarantee the hit. Also, for previous Dark Souls players, the drop attack is gone. It's now replaced with the weapon's normal light attack, which makes sense as abusing it with jumping would have been too hard to balance. Although since they removed one set of attack animations, they added a new category, and that's crouching attacks, which are pretty effective, especially when sneaking up and trying to combo it with normal moves. But Elden Ring is much more convenient than its predecessors. While putting on armor, unlike their previous games, it tells you what weight class you're in. I don't know why it took them this long, as it's so convenient. But while trying on armor, why not be able to look at it? And by pressing the analog stick, or Y on your keyboard, you can view your armor without having to exit the menu. But I haven't even touched the biggest addition.
Je suis pas étonné. Là, ces fils-là mis en un instant. Le gars s'est fait laminer en un instant.
Into the new game, which is Torrent. But it took me way long to realize that you can actually heal him. During horse fights, sometimes your horse will take the blunt of the damage, and while even if you're at full health, take a sip of your flasks and you will heal a decent amount. But as you guys probably know, your horse doesn't take damage in poison areas, and if you need a quick change of direction, a double jump can do that. But what you might not know is that if you're in a tight area and need to rotate without falling, the telescope will allow you to do that. By using it, you can rotate and face any direction with relative ease. By the way, while riding around, if you ever hear a twinkling noise, then that means there's a dung beetle somewhere near. And I recommend killing them as you do get valuable materials such as ashes of war. Throughout your run, you'll acquire cracked pots, which are a crafting material used to make throwable pot items. But each cracked pot you acquire actually functions like a flask. When these materials are crafted, it only uses the plants needed for the recipe, and the pot itself is never consumed, only temporarily used. And as you can see, on the menu it says 3 out of 7, so I have 7 in total, and if I use one of my pots, then it's now 2 out of 7. Also, the game does tell you this, as in the item description it does mention how this empty pot somehow mends itself when broken. I do like this mechanic, as it's much more of an incentive to use consumable materials. With that being said, I don't think I'll ever bring myself to use one, even if it's on the final boss. Did you know there are different types of mausoleums? They're divided between bosses that have pieces of the Elden Ring and ones that don't. But throughout your playthrough, you might notice these walking houses getting more aggressive.
Hey!
On sait que t'as un ennemi tout à l'heure. Ok. Le bug est très magnifique. On l'a tué. Shield. I guess really cool. Je sais pas pourquoi lui il est bugué là, lui. C'est vraiment bizarre en fait. Ah clairement il n'y a que toi qui peux faire ça là. Ouais. Big fail. Fail de cette note. Je pensais que c'est mort, toi les sauver. Une fois j'ai vu ça, beaucoup trop de fois. Oh mon dieu.
The first couple will just walk around, not aggro. Eventually, 2 of them will have a pretty high jump that's really surprising at the time, and one of the last ones shoots magic projectiles. It's pretty cool to see their evolution. Towards the back of the round table hold, you'll come across this two-headed statue called the Twin Maiden Husks. And with this game being so big, the statue is effectively your NPC shop hub. If during a questline or on accident an NPC dies, they'll drop a bell with their name on it. If given to the Twin Maiden, then you have unlocked their shop. And after a lot of dead NPCs, you can build up a pretty big inventory. Some people have gone out of their way to kill every NPC and create the ultimate shop, so you don't have to backtrack throughout the map. It's a pretty chaotic idea. But hopefully you learned something new, and if you liked the video, subscribe. And if you know any other hidden mechanics or details, I'd love to know, because I might make a second video on this. But as always, I appreciate you watching up until this point. Have a good one.
Good morning, good afternoon and good evening, wherever you are and whatever you're doing. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Today, continuing the things you may have missed in Elden Ring series, we're going to be covering Stormveil Castle. I've broken this down into 12 tips, but what I essentially ended up doing was just reviewing every single part of the castle. So this is basically a full walkthrough of every area in the castle, including pretty much every missable item, bar some pretty obvious ones that you will just come across as you're progressing through this area. There's a few more minor ones right at the start, and then it gets really juicy towards the middle of the video. So firstly, from the Grace right outside of the castle, obviously you can go through the door in front of me and you'll come across Gostock, which we will talk about shortly. But before that, turn right. You can run down these steps and see a very obvious foul calling finger remedy. However, when you're on your way back up to the Grace again, look to your left and you'll see there's a wooden platform you can jump on. When you get to the end of this platform, you'll be rewarded with a few fire grease. It's not the most awesome item we're going to see in this video, but it's a nifty little hidden area before you even get into the castle, so I thought I'd include it. Then just teleport back to the site of Grace or run around to get back where you started. Now for the next tip, we're going to be talking about Gatekeeper Gostock. He is definitely not missable, but what you do with him is. Firstly, if you kill him now, that's not the worst idea, honestly. A little known fact that a few people may not know is that every time you die in Stormveil Castle, if Gostock is left alive, he will come and loot your corpse and steal some of your runes. So you'll find that when you go back and reclaim your runes, you're picking back up less than you died with, because Gostock fucking steals them. So if you want to kill him, you'll stop that from happening. Also, later on in the castle, which we'll touch in a later tip, he will trap you in a room with a particularly tough enemy. However, again, if you kill him now, you can't be trapped. But despite all that, I recommend leaving him alive, because in the most recent patch a few days ago, FromSoft actually gave him a proper quest line. I haven't found out what it is yet, but I'd say leave him alive and hopefully someone may even know how to progress his quest, or if not, we can find out together in a later video. So that's it for Gatekeeper Gostock for now. We'll revisit him again later on. Okay, on to tip 3. The next few small areas are very self-explanatory. Kill a bunch of birds, get to the next Grace. You'll find yourself walking up a big wooden platform, but before you head up the stairs, which is the next area of progression, you want to head underneath them through this room full of barrels and boxes. There'll be an enemy at the back who shouldn't be any problem for you, and then you'll find a pretty juicy dex weapon. The hook claws are great because they're crazy fast, their bleed buildup is really good, and because they have no particular affinity, you can apply any ashes of war you want and any grease that you want, so they can have any scaling, any elements, any ashes of war. They're very versatile for bleed based dex builds. Carry on working your way up the platforms, just be careful for the enemies with the fire bombs and all the explodey barrels around. There's nothing that missable around here though, so I've skipped ahead to the top just as you get to this door. Now this is where, if you have left Gostock alive like I have in this video, you'll see he closes the door on you, traps you in with this enemy. If you die to the enemy, don't worry, because what it will mean is that now that you've already triggered the trap, you can come back in and fight him normally, and you can cheese him and bait him around if you need to. But if you do manage to beat him first time, congratulations, well done. You can then go and grab the loot in the room, which is a curved sword talisman over in the chest over here. And then more importantly, the rusty key, which is going to unlock the door to the next area. So now you can head out and open the door that Goss Twat closed on us, and be on your way. Tip 5. We have come to the first very juicy, very missable area in Stormvale Castle, and it includes an optional boss. After you've used the rusty key and worked your way up through the next part, you will eventually come to the Rampart Tower Site of Grace. Now you want to just head outside, be very careful of these birds, because as we all know, birds are an absolute nuisance as it is. These ones all have explosive barrels tied to their feet that they will lob at you and will do an extreme amount of damage. You can head over to where I have and hop over this ledge and then drop down. There's nothing around one side, however.
Hop, j'ai pas fait. Contenu la classe. Ah, dans la maison. On va voir. Ah, c'est pas sûr. Get. Ça. Et Shoget. Je sais pas si ça touche, ça les explose avec en fait. Dommage. Ah si, j'ai quand même. Merde, trop cool. Sérieux, ça détruit aucun. Ah, c'est trop bizarre le fait que ça détruit pas les trucs là. Là, oui, bizarrement ça a pris. C'est bizarre ce truc là. Bon, donc tu le disais ici, c'est ça? Ah ouais. D'accord. Fallait vraiment, mais alors vraiment savoir. Hein. D'accord, donc je dois dropper là, je suppose. Putain, c'est juste. Putain de juste. Parce que t'as pas le choix. Celui-là j'ai droppé donc l'avoir plus facilement. En gros il faut que je descende, faut que je descende, c'est ça. Ok. Ah, j'ai enfin cette merde. Chouette. Attends, le boss c'est ça? Le Crucible Knight là? Ouais, parce que tu viens en plus me chercher. Bah viens là alors, viens, approche. Parce que tu viens en plus me chercher du con. T'es sérieux là? Extrêmement sérieux en plus. the fuck? Ok. Ah, c'est gentil. Merci, merci. Knark, hein. Aspect du creuset. Ah, c'est son achevoir, ça. Il est dur. Mais bon. Malheureusement, je suis déjà au level, donc il n'y a aucune chance. Mais c'est pas lui le boss en fait, c'est juste un ennemi qui est dur. Hein. C'est ça. Donc je me suis buff pour rien en vrai. Ça pour rien. Un demi-tour complet pour rien. Ah, c'est ici? Non. Ça serait ici que j'utilisais le... Non. Oh, il fait descendre à pied en plus. Ah ouais. Là, tu m'as vu là? Je saute de la fondation avec l'épée. Ça sert à rien de descendre ici là. C'est quoi l'intérêt de descendre là? Putain, c'était juste en plus. Ça sert à rien. Hein. Ah, c'était très intelligent de ma part alors. Non seul, pourquoi? C'était ici qu'on truc avant. On débloque l'ascenseur. Il disait quoi déjà?
Come to the other side and you can drop down onto a very small ledge and shimmy along it. Drop down again to pick up a very mediocre shield that you probably just want to sell. And now you can drop down again and again and again. Oh my god, no, what have you done? You fool, you're gonna die! Oh no, it's okay, we're alive. Holy Jesus. Okay, kill the scarab, grab the ashes of war quick before they run away. Cool, storm assault, never used it, but looks pretty cool. And now be very, very careful, because there is a crucible knight here. And if you fought the one in the Everjail, yeah, I know, I said it right. I said Everjail. Holy crap! Thank you everyone in the comments that called it out. Yes, if you fought the Crucible Knight in the Everjail you know these guys are insanely fucking powerful. Or you can just cheese it to death with poison arrows like I did.
Je compatis au chiseler les ennemis forts.
Once he's dead, you'll be rewarded with a very mediocre faith spell and, like, no souls. So that's really good. But, yay, well done you killed a Crucible Knight. Now just head towards the end and you'll see there's a lift that will pop you up back at the site of grace that we were just at the start of this tip. Congrats. I've skipped the next
Et
little bit of the
vraiment,
castle
pour
because
débloquer
it's
le
pretty
truc, en fait.
self-explanatory. Eventually, you'll find yourself in this room here, and there will be a grafted scion boss. Once he's dead, you can grab the Highland axe off the corpse at the foot of the massive picture at the end of his room. Just be careful of the dudes on your right-hand side. There's a few mobs there that you want to clear out. And then what I'm going to do is just talk you through all of the rooms and all of the missable things that connect to this main hall to make sure that you're collecting all the items that you can. So, turning back around and facing the other way, go through the room at the end.
Ah merde.
On your left, there'll be a couple of dogs in here to kill. Some of them might drop loot. You see I've got a lump of flesh. But the really good reason for coming in this room is the Crimson Hood, which is one of a few pieces of headgear in this game that actually increases your stats. So as you see, when I equip it, my vigor increases and therefore my health increases. Plus, looks kind of cool. Now head out of this room and turn immediately left. You'll find another lift which will take you back up to the site of grace we were at just a few minutes ago. I let it go up just to trigger the contraption so I can use it as a shortcut later, but I jumped off again because we don't want to go up there yet. Now you can head out and go through the next door on your left, turn right and you can grab a level 2 somber smithing stone, and then as long as you've got a stone sword key, you can go through this room here. Now be careful here because there's 2 massive exiles with the giant axes. You'll see I fumble big time here because I always forget you have to manually get rid of the message that says stone sword key lost with use. So I wasn't able to swing my sword, so I'm just looking at him like, hi, how does this work? And then he hits me. Cool, so when they're dead, you can grab a shield and a dagger. I've never used daggers, so I can't comment, but this one does have 140 crit, so I'm guessing if you're stacking crit, if crit builds are a thing in this game, then that's kind of cool. And then most importantly, an iron wet blade, which will unlock more options for you as you're doing your Ashes of War. And then there's a pointless dead end ledge with an enemy that I let completely gank me as I tried to go out. So kill him dead, and then you're done in here. And finally, if you head back into the main hall again where the grafted scion boss was, and go out the far left door here that you see me going through, you can take the next left again. Just be wary of the enemy waiting to gank you on top, and then you can grab 10 arrows off the corpse at the end. Then finally hop back down and look out of the door in front of you. You'll see a courtyard full of exiles with swords and flamethrowers and crossbows and all sorts. What I would advise doing is just beelining it through the courtyard, maybe hug the edge or run through the middle if you're brave enough. Where you can see I'm pointing my bow, there is a site of grace inside that room there. Sprint to there, light up the site of grace, then it doesn't matter if an enemy follows you in there and kills you because you've lit the site of grace, so you will respawn there. Then you can rest to reset all the enemies and you can clear out the courtyard from back to front. Right, I'll meet you there and we'll go on to tip 7 where I'll clear out the courtyard and show you all the items in here. Once you've cleared out the courtyard, there's only a few items of note here. Just run around and get all the loot. I won't specifically call out anything unless it's really important. So once you've cleared out all the enemies and got the loot from the towers and stuff, the only really important thing here is this painting. So head in this room here and grab the prophecy painting. And essentially how the paintings work, you want to find the area of the world where you can see this exact viewpoint, this exact perspective. And if you're stood in the right location and your screen looks exactly as is detailed in the picture, right where you're standing will be a spectral artist sat on his chair with a season in front of him. And when you get near him, he will disappear and there'll be some loot in his place. Some of the loot from some of these paintings is really good, honestly. Sometimes it's an absolute pain to try and figure out where they're sat, so I won't judge you if you Google a few of them. I know I did. And also you'll find there's another one of them statues like we saw in Nimgrave that's got smithing stones in it. When you get right near the end of Stormdale Castle, there will be a big giant that can smash it open. Unfortunately, the ogre sat in front of it can't smash it open. He's not strong enough to do so. I think that's exactly why they put him there, to trick you and make you think that he can. So I'll revisit that in a later tip and show you the giant that you have to bring back to smash open the statue to get access to the smithing stones. And the final area of importance off the courtyard, as you're facing back down the main stairs, you want to head to the right and you can go in a little tunnel, and in here will be a few rats that you can kill, but more importantly is another stone sword key room. You'll find a Godslayer's seal in here, and also a Godskin prayer book. The seal increases the potency of Godslayer incantations, and as you've probably guessed, the Godskin prayer book gives you access to a few Godslayer incantations. Now continue heading out of the room, and you're back in another big open area. Look down to the left hand side of you, and you'll see a load of exiles on ballista. However, before dropping down and clearing them out, go back the other way again, hook round to the right from where you just came out, and you'll see there's a ladder leading up. There's a series of platforms and ladders.
Non,
enemies
putain,
and
j'ai
loot up
manqué
there.
ça en
Go and
fait.
explore that at your leisure, and I'll meet back up with...
J'ai manqué ça. Là, je vois ce que j'ai manqué actuellement. Tiens, je sais plus le truc le plus simple en fait pour y aller. C'était ça. Moi, les neufs sont ça. J'ai manqué cette connerie en fait. J'ai manqué l'échelle. J'ai regardé, mais j'ai pas vu qu'il y avait une échelle contre le mur. Ah, c'est pas vrai ça. On va m'amuser un petit peu. Ne fais pas chier le monde, s'il te plaît. Il arrive encore à te défoncer là? Il te fout de ma gueule. Ils sont levés, ils sont morts direct. Je gagne rien, je gagne 143 quoi. Ah ouais, je me souviens ce que j'ai dessus. Enfin il est mort. Tout ce temps-là. T'as pris tout ce temps-là pour le tuer. Il a même pas eu le temps de truc. Dans mon gus 1, on a fini. Putain, encore oui. J'ai eu le temps de me coucher encore là. Je dois retourner là-bas. Donc j'avais ouvert ça. La chose que j'ai pas faite actuellement, c'était regarder ce mur. J'espère que c'est un truc qui est pas mauvais. Hein. Il n'y a rien de spécial là. Ah merde, c'est pas... Si, je crois que j'étais descendu, mais de l'autre côté en fait. C'est pour affronter les connards ça hein. Mais oui, le chevalier banni, les deux chevaliers bannis là. J'avais fait ça mais de l'autre côté en fait. Il n'y a rien de vraiment spécial.
With you for the next tip once you've explored that area. There's nothing really missable, there's nothing of note, so I'll meet you in tip 8. Now that you've cleared out all of the platforms and rooftops, come back down the last ladder that you went up and you'll be in the area you see me at now. From there, you can go back onto the wooden bridge and jump over, like you see me doing, to take out the guy with the ballista here.
Ça, j'ai fait ça.
Work your way along, killing the guys with the ballistas, and then you can hop down and work your way down the stairs back towards the front gate. Clear out all the exiles here as well.
Là, j'ai fait.
And once you're done, you'll come upon this massive wolf beast thing here. After just taking out as many exiles as you have, you're probably quite low on healing and mana, or FP should I say. So sprint past him and get inside the room, and you'll see there's a great
Exactement ce que j'ai
sight
vu
not
ça.
too far in.
Et après, je
Once
suis
you're
revenu en
rested
arrière
up and
pour
you've got
tuer
all your healing
le...
items back, you can go and try
loup,
and
en
tackle him if
fait.
you want. He is a bit tough, but he is also cheesable.
Littéralement, c'est exactement ce que j'ai fait actuellement.
And when you kill him, you'll be rewarded with a somber smithing stone, beast blood, and some old fangs. You can now continue heading back down all the way to the main gate.
Ouais, c'est ce que j'ai fait.
And you'll see there's a site of grace just to the right hand side in a little room.
C'est ça.
In there is also a lever that will open the main gate for you, and then you can go and loot the bodies in front of the main gate that will give you a few golden runes.
Bizarrement, moi quand j'ai
Just be
pas
very
pu en faire
careful
fait
if
ça.
you didn't opt to clear out the
C'est déjà
ballista
ouvert, je
guys,
crois.
because they will fuck your shit up. At this point, if you want, you can also go back and speak to Gostock. He's now become a merchant, though the items that he sells are quite rubbish, honestly.
I've come into some fine goods.
For tip 9, you've probably seen at the lift side chamber site of grace that we unlocked earlier, there's a locked door and it says it can't be opened from this side. It's at this point that we're going to use the lift that's in the room, even though the lift is...
Donc j'ai déjà fait celui-là. Donc j'avais déjà activé le truc et descendu pour ouvrir la porte. Si je me trompe pas. Il est toujours bloqué. Ah non, j'ai pas fait. Bon, ben... Let's go.
isn't currently on your level. This is one of the few lifts in the game where you can pull the lever and it will actually work without you needing to trigger the lift first. So pull the lever, jump on the lift and head up, follow the only path you can take, and eventually you'll come to a few of them live.
Ouais, ça, je me souviens de ça. Bon, j'ai stressé quand j'ai eu le gros. C'était le NPC, tu vois. Non, c'est pas lui du tout. Dommage, hein, mais bon. Ok, ici.
Living jars on your left hand side. You may as well kill them all, because when you do, you'll see that you now have access to 2 cracked pots, which are great for anyone that's making use of consumable items on your run through. This does actually unlock a shortcut to the end boss, to Godric, but we're going to ignore that for now, and I'll come back to that later.
Ça j'ai déjà. Je vais bien un singe épicé.
for now, run on the wooden platform that I'm on here. Grab the cookery off that body, and then you can jump up onto
non. Putain. J'ai ce jeu. C'est vrai qu'on peut sauter partout. Mais j'ai pas vu le truc qui était en face en fait. Waouh. Ce bordel de jeu. Ah, les enfoirés. Il fallait courir. Ah, les enfoirés quoi. Je te jure, regarde. Ah putain, t'es sérieux là? Voilà, un zag. Oui, ça me donne où? Ah, j'ai pas vu. Ok. Parce que je dois passer par ici. Et on est en haut. Ah putain ouais mais j'ai pas envie de... Attends, je débloque le truc avant et après je... C'est encore un truc de merde mais... Ah, et j'ai tué maintenant. Entendu vraiment. Ah, d'accord, vous êtes largement plus que je pensais en fait. J'ai même pas eu ce petit trou là actuellement. Ça a mis un message de NPC. Ce que vous cherchez n'est sans doute pas là, pas loin. Je suppose que tu dois descendre encore. C'est j'ai envie de te dire. Ça sert à rien de faire ça. Ça sert à rien de faire ça. Il n'y a aucun autre moyen de venir ici. Oh putain. Fantôme Chica m'a fait peur. Ah. Okay. Par ici alors qu'on passe alors. Il y a des chauves-souris et tout. Hein. Attention, attention. Putain, je vais me balancer. Et ça juste pour une fleur, c'est un truc que je déteste par contre. Ça, juste pour une bordelle de fleurs quoi. Et... y a rien ici. Je peux encore descendre. Un item. C'est vrai que j'ai pas atteint ce genre de graveyard là. Je suis jamais venu ici. Effectivement. Allez voir. J'entends ici tâtement. Je peux voir. Ah c'est là, d'accord. Truc de mort là. Je vois énormément de personnes utilisées là. Ça doit être un boss ça. Ok. Voilà. Ici. J'en ai pas le temps, laisse tomber. Une fois je te shred toi. Le putain de shred toi. Je te shred comme une grosse merde pour une fois. Ça va me faire plaisir en plus. Je vais t'ouvrir en deux toi. Comme je dis, ça va me faire vraiment plaisir de t'ouvrir en deux. Hein. Je mérite vraiment de mourir. Hein. Ah, c'était ici que Max était venu, je crois. Jesus Christ, c'est quoi cette merde? Excroissance du prince de la mort. Un talisman que j'avais pas. Augmente l'habitat. C'est le corps d'un alien qui est rentré dans le château. Littéralement le corps d'un alien. Avec les tentacules et tout.
Ledge against the wall. You then want to make another particularly annoying jump onto that ledge. Once you're through there, head right and go through this door, through that next room, and then out up the stairs. Be careful not to fall off and back down where you just came from. There are 3 level 2 smithing stones on your right that you can jump onto the ledge and grab if you want to. Now head back the other way, looting the items as you go. Clear out this room full of the gossed up looking dickheads. You'll be able to grab a decent tower great shield from under the stairs once you've cleared the room. Now out here is another mini platforming section. Hug the left wall and jump onto that little ledge again. Jump down again, jump down again. If you very carefully jump, you can get the level 5 golden rune on the corpse on this wall here. And then finally, after all that platforming, just run along here and up these stairs and you are now on the other side of the door. And that brings us to tip number 10, this whole new area we've just unlocked, and we'll go through what is in this area in the next tip. At the top and the middle section of this area, there's a few bats around and a few items. It's all very self-explanatory, so I'll let you go through it, and I'm just gonna beeline it to the bottom and talk you through the important bit. So I'll meet you there.
Effectivement.
Once you're down here, there's a few rats and a few more items. Again, I'm just going to sprint through and get to the good bit. Okie dokie. When you jump down here, you will face the ulcerated tree spirit mini-boss. Though he is stronger than quite a few regular bosses in this game, he can be an absolute beast. He's so erratic and his attacks cover such a wide area. Feel free to try and beat him if you reckon you can. I'm sure you will absolutely smash it. If I can do it, anyone can. However, he is cheesable. Unfortunately, I don't have footage of this because I only found out about it after I'd already recorded this. But I can talk you through most of the steps if you are struggling with him or just want to cheese him anyway. You're going to need to sprint past him as quick as you can, hug the wall so that when he bursts up out of the ground he doesn't knock you over, climb up the ladder, and once you're at the top, jump off because these are steps that you need to do anyway. This is the way that you go once you have beaten him. Then, once you jump off, immediately do a 180 and go through the stone sword key room that we opened earlier. Killed a few enemies in there and go out onto the platform with the exile with the torch. It's still a dead end, nothing has changed. However, now that the boss has spawned, if you look directly below you, you'll see the boss is below you. You will need arrows or some kind of consumable. Fire bombs work brilliantly. He dies in about 12 to 16 fire bombs, depending on what your stats are like. Just drop items on his head. Just kill him with fire and arrows and magic. It really is that easy if you want to or need to cheese him. Right, we'll now move on to tips 11 and 12 and wrap up the rest of the area. For this next tip, head back to the Rampart bonfire, and where we unlocked the Crucible Knight shortcut lift earlier, head to the right and run up the stairs. Be careful because there'll be an exile with a spear in front of you and also one with a crossbow shooting you from behind. So quickly take them both out, and then you can hop over to where the crossbow guy was and grab the throwing daggers. Now you want to run towards where the other exile came through, and you can run either left or right. There's nothing missable. They both loop round to the same exit. There's about 5 more exiles out here, and unless you can snipe the guy with the horn, he will signal them all to attack. But you've fought enough by now, you should be absolutely fine taking them out. Once you've killed them all, come back to the wall with the sandbags where you entered into the area, and it's time for another platforming section. Follow my path to jump down, and eventually you'll come to 2 level 2 smithing stones.
J'ai déjà fait ça.
Come back round to where you jumped down, and you'll see this big nasty bastard here. I know we've dealt with a lot of birds up to this point, but he's got about 3 times the amount of health and double the damage to all the others. So snipe him or cheese him if you can. If not, just kill him before he kills you. The only bit of loot here is a new gesture that you can grab if you want to. And then head back over the rooftops again and jump up where you see me going now. Kill the 4 exiles in this area and then climb up the ladder. And up here you'll find a claw talisman, which is incredible because it increases the damage you do with jumping attacks, which is a technique I need to use in this game a lot more than I do because it's great for staggering bosses. If you time it right, you can even jump onto the other roof as well, but all that's there is a lot of birds and they're all going to fly away before you even manage to kill them. So feel free to just head back down the ladder. And that's it. Now we'll move on to the final area and getting to the boss. Back at the lift side chamber site of grace, head into the courtyard, but this time go left. You'll see a few more birds. I'm sure you know how to deal with them by now. You can swing round to the left and go up the stairs to kill an axe-wielding exile and get a smithing stone level 2, and then continue onwards and go in the room on the right and you will encounter Nefeli Lu. I won't spoil exactly who she is or what her story is, you'll find that out yourself. But what you do need to do is exhaust her dialogue, and then you can summon her to help you fight Godric. Also, on your way out, don't miss, in the left-hand corner there is 4 smithing stone level 1 that you can grab. And then just outside, on your right-hand side, is a golden seed. Now you'll come across the giant who you need to lead all the way back so that he can smash the statue for you. Every time I've done this, he has just ran straight back with me, but he was being a right bitch this time. So I'll do a bit of a time loop here so you can see me trying to bait him back to the statue. I also forgot to kill the ogre and the dog, so watch me also try and deal with all 3 of them at the same time. Somehow miraculously, I don't die. And then you're rewarded for your efforts with 5 level 1 smithing stones and a level 2. Now head back up the stairs behind where the giant was. On your right hand side you'll see a little room with the Site of Grace, and on the left hand side you'll see one of the summon statues that you need to activate if you want to use player summons for this boss. Once you've rested at the Site of Grace, as long as you exhausted Nefeli lose dialogue, you'll see her summon sign appears on the right hand side right in front of the boss gate. You don't need to summon her to progress her quest line, and I actually advise against it because she will double the boss's health just like summons always do, and she's useless. She just stands in front of him and dies. So if you need summons, you've always got your Spirit Ashes. You can use players if you need to, but I reckon you can solo him. You've got this. As always, I'm going to try to spoil the game as little as possible for you, so I won't show you Godric. I'll let you experience him for the first time yourself. But that's it from me. Please let me know if any of these tips helped. It genuinely really interests me. I really hope that all of these videos are actually helpful for people. And let me know if there is any other Elden Ring guides you would like to see from me. I'll be doing Liurnia of the Lakes for the next video, and after that, the open world opens up way more than it has done up until this point. So if there's a particular area that you want to see next, just let me know, and I will do my best to accommodate. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I'll speak to you soon. Bye-bye.
Comment il fait pour que ce truc soit aussi fort en fait? Ça je veux savoir. Je voudrais savoir sur quel stat cette arme scale en fait. Ça a vraiment l'air d'être insane en fait. Ils vont se suicider des oracles, il va même pas chercher. C'est la pire humiliation du jeu en vrai.
I love Pakistan, I will sacrifice my life for Pakistan!
I guess if you one shot.
I'm over here stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now.
There's quite a few mistakes you can do in Elden Ring.
Vamos lá dessa, vamos go. Obligé de voir l'achat d'un thé. Les enfants, il est juste trop con, ouais.
There's quite a few mistakes you can do in Elden Ring when leveling up your character that could result in you building up your character wrong or not dealing the damage you should. In this video we're gonna take a look at some of the most important items that you absolutely need to fully upgrade your class, the soft and the hard caps on various attributes that you need to pay attention to, and the great selection of items that will provide much needed stat boosts, especially early on, so let's begin. Now, like in any other RPG game out there or any previous From Software game, stats also have a hard and a soft cap in Elden Ring. The hard cap for attributes is obviously 99, which means 99 is the maximum of points you can invest in any single attribute, assuming you have enough levels.
Oh putain, le gamin a touché le vent descendait. Ah putain, je suis dépité là.
That being said, it's actually detrimental to even go that high, since you'll start hitting soft caps way before that with most of the stats. Let's begin with the Vigor. This is the attribute that governs your HP and other various resistances. Its first soft cap is actually at around 40, after which investing any points will see lower and lower gains of almost half. So if from 20 Vigor to 40 Vigor gives you almost 900 HP to your class, from 40 to 60 you barely see half of that, of about 450. That is why it's a good idea to maybe not pass 40 Vigor yet with buffs included, otherwise you're just wasting precious points that could be used somewhere else like damage or utility. The second, even harder cap for vigor is going to be around level 60, after which you literally need almost 20 more levels, so until about 79 for just a measly 100 more HP, which is why stopping at around 40 is the best course of action and then investing into something else. The next one is going to be the mind. This is the attribute that spellcasters and hybrids want since it increases your FP, aka your mana. It actually ramps up with more levels until it hits its soft cap at around 55 to 57. So until level 20 you only get about 3 to 4 FP points per level. Meanwhile from 20 to 50 you get a whooping 6 FP per level, and then from 50 to 55 you get 8 and 9, after which point it starts falling again into the low 3s. For a pure mage you will want to sit at around 57 once you hit 100 plus in levels, so that you don't waste anything more to like the diminishing returns after level 57 in mind. Meanwhile for a hybrid, about 21 to 25 should be the maximum. Personally 21 is the best in my case, which is for a few select pesky spells that require 101 mana to cast in the first place. Now for the endurance that increases your stamina and equip loads, the caps here will be different for these two, but here's the gist of it. For the stamina, yeah, increasing endurance up until 32 will alternate between giving you 2 points and then 1 point for each level until you hit that 32 mark, and then once you hit 32 it will switch around to 1 and then 2 points until you reach level 50. Once it hits 50, this is the major cap for the stamina, providing only 1 single point into stamina every 3 or 4 levels spent into endurance, which means that it's not worth investing anymore from this point on unless you like really have a ton of levels to spare. The TLDR here is that if you play with anything that uses a lot of heavy equipment, you will need at least about 40 to 45 points into that endurance, but not more than 50, since there's other items to help you with the equip load anyway. Meanwhile, if you play with something that's a primary caster or does not need that much equip load and endurance, 25 should suffice. Now this brings us of course to the strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith and arcane, which all have similar caps, starting at 20, then at 50 and then at 80. So I will just focus on dexterity here for the purpose of this video, since they all kinda behave the same. Now obviously this I mean only for the attack power for now. The attack power seems to ramp up and be at its highest increase per point all the way up to level 20, so that's 20 points invested into these respective stats. After that point until 50 they start slowing down a little bit, but still definitely worth it, since this is going to be your primary damage attribute that you will want to invest the most amount of points into. For example, if I were to take dexterity scaling here, it takes a whooping 30 more levels from 50 to 81 for just 50 more damage in my case, so that's not gonna be worth it, and I would probably invest those points into something else. The TLDR once more here is that if you have a class that primarily uses a certain type of stat, say strength, dexterity, intellect, doesn't really matter, you will want to reach the first cap of 20 ASAP before you focus on more survivability and utility, and from that point on you can alternate whichever way you see fit depending on how well you fare in your next encounters. Of course this is just a rough guideline, there's many items with different scalings, different interactions and hybrid builds that will completely change things around, which is why you're going to want to pay attention to how these stats affect you going forward. And of course also do not forget about the fact that there are certain talismans in the game, like for example Radagon Seal or maybe something like Marika Soul Seal, that will give you about 5 points into different stats. So stopping at about 35 will put you at the cap with the Source Seal, so you can invest those 5 levels into something completely different. But this brings us to the next important bit, which are the wet blades. There's 5 total upgrades for your whetstone knife, and these will give you access to different affinity upgrades that you can apply to your weapons, which you normally don't get access to. Let's say for example your favorite Ash of War only comes with 2 scalings, which is the default one, and whichever one it has next, maybe heavy, maybe keen, whatever it is, but you maybe want to add something other than that, maybe a magic, fire, poison or holy damage. Well, these are going to be what you need in order to change those affinities. Now the earliest you can find is the Iron Wet Blade. It lets you apply additional affinities of heavy, skin or quality when applying an Ash of War, even if that Ash of War doesn't have that particular affinity. You can find this from the Stormveil Castle. Simply make your way into the large house here by the courtyard with the grafted Scion mini-boss inside of it. Completely ignore that mini-boss and head over right here to the right side until you see an opening, after which point you will see this fog wall that you need to activate and enter inside. And here on this corpse you will find Iron Wet Blade, which gives you access to those 3 affinities. The next one is the Glintstone Wet Blade. When applying Ashes of War, especially physical or magical, you can now also choose for an additional magic or frost scaling, or well, in this case affinity. Starting from the debate hall at the Royal Academy, you want to make your way outside of this with a huge fountain and head over this nearby hill all the way until you continue to this office in front of you, and the Wet Blade will be located on this body leaning into the window. This is essentially what you need if you want to play with a frost build, if you want all of your hits with your sword to affect enemies with the frost effects, to make that build up and like just overall freeze them over time, but it also works the same with the magic build up. The next one is going to be the Black Wet Blade, which provides blood, poison and occult affinities. This is especially useful if you play with a bloodlust build and want all of your weapons to have that blood scaling. Like let's say for example you want to put a quick stab but also on the blood affinity on the weapon, you can now do that with the Black Wet Blade. Now you acquired this from the Knight's Sacred Ground, so this means you have to make your way, defeat Radahn, head into Nokron the Forgotten City, and from this point on just go from the rooftop to other rooftops until you reach the Knight's Sacred Ground, and you will find the whetstone upon this corpse right here in the main hallway that I already got in this footage. This is essentially again very useful if you play with bloodlust, but you can also apply poison affinities to your weapon to create that build up and take down enemies with this interesting effect. Now the fourth wet blade will be the Red Hot Wet Blade. This is for people who enjoy setting their enemies on fire or have a bit of faith scaling and setting their enemies on fire. This gives you access to fire and the flame arts affinities. You acquired this from the Red Mane's castle after defeating Radahn and progressing a bit more into the main story until eventually you will have the fight with the 2 bosses within the same area. This is the same one that drops this legendary great sword, so you should be more than capable of reaching this point fairly early on in the game. And once 2 of those bosses are defeated, you will make your way through the nearby enemy camp, turn a sharp right, and there should be a door leading to a nearby tower that is now opened. Simply entering the building right in front of you, there's going to be the Wet Blade located right here on the door. As I've said, this gives you access to that flame art and the fire affinities, so you can either have just pure fire in case you want to deal fire damage, or have the flame art ability that also has a bit of faith scaling involved if you want to play with a knight that sets enemies on fire, or maybe like a fire paladin. And finally, this brings us to the Sanctified Wet Blade for pure faith classes out there, adding the sacred and the lightning affinities likewise for your weapons when applying Ashes of War. It's acquired from the fortified manor in Lindell, the main capital, so you want to start from the west capital rampart right here around the middle part of the city. Head over down by the big courtyard, jump over right here to the right. There's going to be a bunch of stables that will give you the possibility to enter onto the side of the manor. Once inside, you can make your way into the main hall, and right here on the ground in the middle of the location you should find that Sanctified Wet Blade. As I've said, this is for pure faith classes out there that want to have that sacred affinities to their weapons. Like again, a paladin works really well, or anything that wants to
force. Lance. Ouais, une 4 de force. La force. Ouais, c'est ça que j'oublie. Mais essaye pas de il est pas mal de gâter ça, tu me mort en plein dedans quoi. Là son saut est pas suffisant en fait pour laisser me passer.
To deal holy damage against targets. I think that this is gonna be like a little bit later in the game, but once you have all of these 5 wet blades, you will now have access to literally all of the affinities existing in the games. Do keep in mind though that certain Ashes of War will only give you access to certain affinities, so not all of them will let you have access to all of them at the same time, but you will see that when applying them in the first place. And yeah, this is it with everything you need to know to make your character way more powerful and get ready for the endgame way better. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Hey, what's up everyone, it's me Speed Supersonic bringing you guys another video. In this video today, we are back again to talk about Sonic Frontiers, finally. And I'm not even really sure if you can technically qualify this as a Frontiers video, even I'm gonna try to make it one. It's not just because I want to talk about Frontiers and that Frontiers gets clicks. I'd much rather be talking about Sonic Movie 2 right now. But there's a very interesting thing that just happened recently, well, yesterday at the time of making this video, that has been going around the Sonic fan base, and a lot of people have been questioning something. So while this is kind of a news video, this is also like kind of split with the discussion video, as there's no confirmed information when it comes to this, and everything I say here should be taken with a grain of salt, and everything I say here you shouldn't take as news by any means. But what are we talking about here? What's going on, Ricardo? How is any of what you're talking about relating to Frontiers? Well, yesterday there was this thing that aired called Tales.
Bizarrement, il y a du saignement. Ah. J'ai sauté ce con là. Ah, comment elle m'a traqué quoi. Joli. On m'a mis fait se voler, hein, donc... Joli. « 280 000 ». Ça, c'est un New Game Plus, ça. C'est un New Game Plus, ça. C'est vraiment un New Game Plus. Ouf. C'est bien. C'est bugué ça, hein? Tu prends un coup alors qu'il ne dure rien en fait. C'est déjà de là. On va fin tuer celle-là actuellement. On y pense.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
7. Elrino. Elrino. Ouais, c'est ça, Elrino. 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 Shred. Shred. $144 000. Shred, on la shred. Elle a rien compris. On a littéralement shred. Je vais pas que laisser laisser se transformer quoi. Je vois en fait ce que... What? J'aurais dû me faire inverse à ce moment. Ça a bugué. Putain, je viens de voir le gars pop sur mes yeux en fait. The fuck. Ouais, en tout cas littéralement bugué. Ouh. Effectivement. D'accord. Ah. C'est intéressant. Non, peut-être que je suis un gars les plus statiques qui. Ah. Ok. D'accord. On va juste pas me mettre dans la... Pourquoi tu t'es tourné sur moi d'un coup en fait? C'est intéressant mais difficile à provoquer en fait. Ah, le problème c'est que bah, là il teignait pas en fait. C'est celui qui a le plus de poison justement. Mais ça soit des dagues actuellement. liebe Vieh. Ça fait que tu allais pour les deux semblants. Bon bah là la bouée il allait là. 65 ans. Eh du gameplay ça va. Il y a personne à tuer. Voilà. Putain. C'est bon, faire une bouteille d'eau. d'Alexandre demain, je te vois. Je veux juste regarder un truc actuellement. Ce serait full expérimentation là. Je vais expérimenter un truc. Je lag de merde. Est-ce qu'il y a-t-il moyen actuellement? Sa gueule est où c'est? Est-ce qu'il y a moyen d'utiliser son arme dite pour survivre? Parce que j'en ai qu'un seul en fait. Est-ce qu'il y a moyen, vraiment? Il y a moyen d'aller plus vite. Et par dessus. Ok, donc en gros, par si t'as là. Ouais, ce que je vais faire, c'est que je vais voir si je survis en fait. Genre. Est-ce que tu peux te mouvoir plus rapidement en fait? C'est pas suffisant. C'est pas suffisant, gars. Le roi qui était là est tellement puissant que le truc arrive même pas, machin. Le roi qui est ici est totalement plus puissant que le roi normal. C'est insane quand même. Même l'armure actuellement est pas capable de machin le rot quoi. C'est quand même insane je trouve hein. Ah, le rot est vraiment insane. Les points de dégâts que ça t'enlève, c'est juste insane. Là, ça sert vraiment à rien cette armure. Le poison, oui, mais ce qui est pétrifié, ça marche pas. Avec ça, je gage. Et juste un folle, tu vois. C'est abusé quand même dans ce truc, hein. Ah, où c'est. Ça veut dire qu'ici, actuellement, où je suis, j'ai très mal exploré, vu que je n'ai pas eu ce truc. La deuxième fois comme il passe dans un putain de truc, on m'a très mal exploré. Deuxième donjon où j'ai très mal exploré. Il y a des centaines. Non, le gars revenu en arrière, on est... Les autres qui descendent descendu en fait. Il y a un item en bas, non? Passer par là, mais passer par là. C'est sûrement moi qui est passé par là. Moi je suis passé par là, je me souviens. Il est tombé. Oh, il est tombé. Pas de ce côté-là, donc c'est le côté. Moi j'étais là, moi. Ah, il a fait ça. Ah ben voilà. C'est bon, c'est le bouclier. C'est le bouclier qu'on cherchait. C'est quoi comme bouclier? D'accord. En gros, tu utilises ça et après tu fais le truc en fait. Regarde. Comment ça se fait que j'avais... C'est ça le film. On me dit comment je fais des manches en fait. Et pourquoi j'arrive pas à faire mon truc en fait? Voilà. En fait, le gars prend... Ah oui, c'est vrai, j'avais oublié que ça prend totalement le dessus sur le truc. Le problème, c'est que j'ai plus peur que ce soit qui expérimenté là. En gros, là. Je fais ça. Voilà. Et ça. Effectivement. Il reste plus qu'à tester, j'ai envie de te dire. Bah, c'est pas ça que je fais, hein. Il est encore vivant? Moi aussi j'ai tout quand je sens. Est-ce qu'il va te rattraper au bout d'un moment? Et le statut est vraiment pas suivi en fait. Ce qu'il va essayer de faire, c'est... On va s'en aller. Subboss, apparemment les plus difficiles Subboss par contre. Hein. Clairement sur les boss, les beaucoup plus chiants en fait. Hop. Toi, tu touches pas du tout, quoi. La scène de roi panique. Panique croyée. Non, c'est déjà fini dans cette ensemble. Non, du tout, moi, pas exactement ça. Moi, il faut trouver toutes ces conneries-là, je n'en sais rien. Ah, touché là? Je peux me dire que ça me touche en fait. Putain. Ah, ça doit toucher, ok. Comment le tout remonté d'un coup était vraiment impressionnant. Il veut pas empoisonner du tout, hein. Insane. Ouais. On va lui taper et m'empoisonner plus vite. Limite en fait, il faut monter le fil en fait. C'est ce qu'il doit faire. C'est ça qui marche pas là. Taper mais il a plus de chance. Je vais finir le gars avec le shield et tout. C'est la chaîne le HF fort comme du là. Attends, mais il y en a ça là. Mais il y en a ces HF fort là. Vraiment. Dis-moi un truc, c'est HF fort là justement. Ça, espace. Magique de référence. Climat magique à mais là ça en plus. Il va pas tirer sur ma salle. Talisman de 50 000, non. Talisman des stocks. Ça, c'est un talisman, mais il a pas actuellement. Comme tu dis, là, chauffe. Et celle-là, harpon bleu. Ça, il est étonnant que le gars monte ça. Et qu'il y en a. Ça. Le pied d'esprit. Il y a beaucoup de béons. Et on crie le truc qu'il a fait. En quoi tu me dis actuellement que ça, la stagger, les gars, à un point, les gars peuvent plus attaquer. On les a tirés là. On les a tirés un surtout en fait. On est directement. Ah mais faut être de près en fait hein. Ah d'accord. Ça fait Heavy Stagger là. C'est ça que je veux dire en fait. Je me dis là, Heavy Stagger. C'est un peu comme l'équivalent de. Quoi? Un espadon, sauf que c'est avec un truc magique en fait. Comment ça s'appelle comme ça de game? Flèche de pierre de clin. Mais le même son, mais vraiment. Flèche de pierre d'éclat. C'est ça en fait le même son. Et j'aime bien le temps. L'image en fait, on fait la même chose. J'ai jamais trouvé. Oh, ça c'est pas bon ça. Ça c'est pas comme ça, juste pour gagner son putain d'idée à faire. Oh merde. Heureusement, bah, tu... Enfin, heureusement que t'as pas le temps pour qu'on a vu. Mais il y a 10 impôts de ma vie. s'il a le poison que j'aimerais attraper. En seconde phase, il est tellement létal. C'est dommage quand même, il a passé une variante là, justement, avec le... Je m'étais dit, mais non, les nuls sont là, non, en fait. Est-ce que c'est la même propriété? C'est ça, mieux à savoir. Est-ce que ça a la même propriété? Et là, de me réveiller là. Non, mais c'est vraiment la même propriété. Ça. Du coup, il forme quand même. 5. Il avait tellement avant. Du coup, est-ce qu'il a un endgame et comme game, il y a pas la main, il me fait. Oh, laisse-moi lui finir. Ah ben non. Je vais absolument. Ça me fait pas bien. Passe. On va tester. Non, ça n'a pas la même propriété. Voilà. Oh putain. Bah oui, du coup il n'a plus de... One shot les gars, mais pas moi en tout cas. Et apparemment la petite en fait, la petite il ne fait pas, il s'aime pas du tout. Le petit, il s'aime pas du tout en fait. En tant que sort, il a pas en fait. Ou bien c'est pas le même dessin. Ou bien c'est le à chaque fois est largement plus fort que le truc. D'accord, le truc qui fait 100 situation. C'est marrant. Donc c'est pas possible hein. Ou faut vraiment avoir le gros. Mais c'est peut-être un autre actuellement. Absolument silence. Ça c'est le plus bon. Celui-là. En fait, il n'y a pas tout simplement en fait. Sa gueule, le gars, faut vraiment. Je sais pas pourquoi je fais ce stuff, enfin cette spire là. Le meilleur c'est d'avoir l'autre acheveau en fait. Celui du gars de l'arbre sacré. Je crois que c'est le même en fait. Ça stagger exactement le même moment. Je vais tomber. Ah, je vais tomber. Il se passe que. Et par exemple, si je le mets sur n'importe quel truc en fait, je le mets sur un autre truc de haut niveau en fait. Par exemple, si je le mets là-dessus. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait? Évidemment, je fais pour les. Le gars a même pas le temps de le poster. C'est que je l'aurais été un... truc à faire. Putain, j'ai pas eu le temps plus long. Un frenzy. Un frenzy, un frenzy. Et tout ce que j'ai à faire, c'est... Je sais pas si c'est compté comme de la magie en vrai. Ça serait compté comme de la magie, ça. C'est une bonne question que j'aime. Il veut désigner la... Le bureau, c'est ça? Ça va pas y... Ah, moi le meilleur. Personnellement, c'est moi le meilleur. Clairement, il y a une chance sur mi que les trouve quoi. D'accord, ok. Pas si meilleur que ça en vrai. Il est le seul cocon était là. Il faut garder un coup, c'est carrément les propriétés de ce achèvement. Bizarre. Avec les level 3, c'est... Bah oui, il a fait le... Ouais. Le snipe, allez. Mais il voit le gars, mais... Il voit le gars, ça dit... Même il est pas touché depuis tout à l'heure. Le gars est juste terrain magique en plus. C'est sûr que non, mais il va me Ouais. Malheureusement, il passe pas, dommage. Ah, dommage, c'est... Faut pas gagner le temps, quoi. Je pense que le temps, enfin le truc Chloé va sauter en fait. Donc je disais. Ah mais... Ça... Mais avoue qu'il est quand même dégueulasse. Il empêche le gars littéralement d'attaquer en fait. Il a mis fait 600 points 600. Ouais, le truc c'est maintenant est digne en fait, mais l'objet fait 600 points 600. Mais mon int il est merdique en fait. Est-ce qu'il fait deux trucs en même temps, tu vois? Ah, pourquoi il m'arrive toujours? Voilà. Il marche pas sur les boss. Il marche, enfin avec le lag il marche pas en tout cas. Non, bizarre qu'il te marche pas sur mes noms. Malheur, on arrive ou pas? Oh putain, malheur, on arrive. Excusez-moi. Juste que malheur, on arrive. Il y en a mieux. On s'en fout mieux, genre, mais pour un petit prix, un petit poids, c'est quelque chose, genre. Un petit poids, j'avoue que c'est quelque chose. Ouais, parce qu'il y en a une portée aussi, en fait. Le gros problème de ce truc-là, tu vois. Le problème, c'est qu'il m'en allait trop fort, en fait. Ouais, le magie est trop fort, actuellement. Putain, il y a encore un souci. Il est bizarre actuellement qu'il passe pas, mais il est énorme. Avec le lag, il passe pas du tout en fait. Ce genre, le truc est trop loin. Allez, développement. La démence, il marche, c'est là. Ouais, allez, même truc de laiterie. Le gars l'avait même pas marqué. Ah, discalique là, un truc. L'intellectuel que je suis. Assemblée. Et là. 14 000, ouais, c'est un New Game Plus et pourtant le gars... Bizarrement, le gars il te connaît pas qu'il y en a un... C'est bizarre son truc, hein. Allez, ouais. Je vais pisser. Bizarre ton truc, hein. Il y a 42 cas. Ouf. Merde. Qu'est-ce qu'il fait mal, hein? C'est mignon. Mais puis c'était quoi son truc? Quatre et 23. Ah oui, il ne pourra pas en fait, puisque les... Mais où que l'abusé en fait le train. Mettre sur le truc. Mais que j'ai mis monter la lance en fait, enfin, ça marche pas. Oh. suppose que le gars choisit au hasard en fait. C'est une là en fait. Ça y est. C'est une de guerre. Combien 119 et 129. Non mais c'est ça en fait. Oui, il voit là. Il y a quelque chose dans la vidéo là? Ah, il fallait avoir le putain. C'est vrai, j'ai pas actionné. Les deux déclenchés. Juste pour le boost d'attaque ça. C'est le dégueu talisman que j'ai pas. C'est ça. Impressionnant, cette épée, hein. Oui, il y a déjà 100, en fait, je ne crois pas qu'il stack le truc, mais avec ça, il doit stacker facilement. McDonald's. Il a tellement avec il est incroyable. C'est la pire connexion que m'a la truc là. Là c'est il touche en main, mais il pourra jamais voir en fait. Il comprend pas du tout ce qui se passe. Ça continue à rapprocher plus, il peut attaquer. Il voit même pas son... Il devait être mort depuis longtemps, hein, je ne sais pas ce qui se passe en fait. Il est mort. Je sais pas quelle connexion le gars est là, mais... Jesus Christ. Oh putain, ouais. Ça me dit parce qu'il est dans le note. Je sais pas du tout ce qui se passe. Hein. Heureusement, moi, certaines attaques vont être à l'écran même indiqué parce que sinon, sachant que c'est une attaque quasiment one shot. Putain, et des minutes après, il a fait un. Oh merde. C'est putain avec ce lag nugget j'ai eu quoi. C'est n'importe quoi. Et là, et c'est là qu'il voit qu'il est mort, ouais. $125K. Clairement, c'était un game plus. Quoique, en normal aussi, mais c'est pareil. jamais une information normalement. Ouais. En fait, comme il gagne le lance, d'abord, c'est pas mauvais. Ouais, mais le gars il se prend en fait. Il a trouvé l'arme. Ça dit de mettre le lien dans la description, mais là rien. Pastel. C'est une dague ça. Si on a tous les dagues comme il y a plein de changements de collègues. Système crise aussi. C'est pas une dague. Fuck. C'est une épée. Short sword. Moi, le blade aussi, on va bien avoir une consommation. Si vous pourriez arrêter de mourir. Moi 5 minutes.
Hey!
Et on va prendre l'armure anti blade. Ça va ça. Ah, il lag. Lag sérieux, hein. Oh putain, merde, moi l'oublie ça. Pourquoi il lag comme ça en ce moment en fait? Comment il a annulé? Il a annulé cette toute puissante attaque. Pour l'attaque de putréfaction, juste pour être délire, enchaîne le gars. Et son vie. C'était n'importe quoi. The fuck. C'est quoi cette... C'est quoi cette fraude là? Une violente fraude là, hein? On devrait pas être autorisé à faire ce genre de fraude, hein. Ah les gars, ça a failli ils ont droppé. Super. Alpha Blade. Pareil. Ah merde. Where to find. What? Il y a le progressif sur 205. C'est ce que j'ai fait, mais j'ai pas eu ce pouvoir-là, moi. J'ai pas cette dague-là. Non, je sais pas. C'est quoi? Il faut que j'aille voir son corps physique. C'est quoi la dernière ligne de sa quête alors? Non. Et puis là, donc il faut que j'aille voir Célène. J'aime bien comment le gars répond à des tirs qui lui sont pas attribués en fait. Bonne tir à attirer, elle est juste violent. On est capable de faire ça vite. Ah ouais, effectivement.
Ah, well met. I hardly expected to see that you didn't know well. Whatever the case, just put it behind you. She was known as the Graven Witch, obsessed by the primeval current, the most dangerous mage in the entire hit. It is strange, though. The woman, she was like a husk. I suspect Selen lives on. I'm sure she'll turn up eventually. A sickening thought. But I suspect Selen lives on elsewhere. I'm a sickening thought.
Là, il faut que j'aille aux 3 sisters. 3 sœurs, donc c'est là-bas. C'est une vitrine à Rainrise, une Rainrise. Donc c'était là. Ah, Blade est là? Je crois qu'il était mort, moi. Ah, il est là, effectivement. Il a tué un assassin. Ok. C'était une très mauvaise idée, hein. Viens par là plutôt. On va remonter là. Viens. Parce que là effectivement c'est quasiment bon là. Avec l'autre mage. Passe pas du tout. C'est comme ça que tu gagnes tous ces trucs là. Ok. C'est pas don royal. Attaque lupine. E come banana sono sì. Il y a déjà un bon paquet de trucs. Hein. Voilà. Isole flore. Le bâtard. Isolari flora. Pour l'instant, je ne vois rien. Voilà. Alors. Un point de cristal, donc c'est pas de ce côté-là. Ah, parce qu'il est au bord de l'eau. Ouest. Est-ce qu'il regarde de ce côté-là? Le plus haut là. Au plus haut peut-être. Ouais, c'est là. Et il te regarde de quel côté? La queue d'égal est littéralement... Pantin de Sylvis, ne pas toucher. On the other side, this lands body you can give the primal stormy. The other side. Je vois pas le... Il n'y a rien là justement. Si elle doit être là, je la vois pas. Next to the scene, don't touch. Ah, je viens de trouver, j'ai même pas remarqué quoi. Lol.
My apprentice. Just how long has it been? Thank you. You've helped me fill a new body once again, and it's truly a gem. Young and full of vigor, a snug fit for my primal glintstone. Better still, I've shed those awful shackles. Finally, I can return to the Academy to expel the Karian royal family and restore the primeval current. My dear apprentice. I owe this all to you. Finally, I can return to the Academy to expel the Karian royal family and restore the primeval current.
Ça va être grande carrière. Oui, Grace. C'est ça. Bon, en fait, c'est l'assister ou le machin, c'est pareil en fait. C'est le même reward si tu l'assistes ou tu la tues. Et c'est ça. Vite fait. Alors. Site. Tu vois 2 signes. On va aider mademoiselle.
Jaren, bringer of my death. You have my gratitude for freeing me from my shackles. And I am afraid your work is done. Join the school to reflect on your mistakes.
Elle est où la mimique là? Je te peux contre qui en vrai? Je vais te zoomer un peu la mimique mais... Aucune vue de mimique moi là. On va voir la gueule de papy. Celui-là, il a un vieux masque de barbu. Hmm.
Ah, my apprentice. You've saved my skin once again. Do you see this? The Queen of Caria is no more. With the body of Master Azure returned, the Academy can restore the primeval current, so that we, fallen children of the stars, might beam with brilliance once again. My apprentice, will you stay with us, here at the Academy? Oh, I know it's not possible. You have your own calling, to be the next Elden Lord. But do think of me, of your teacher. On the eve of your crowning, you will always be my darling pupil. Rest assured that no, the entire Academy will swear allegiance to the new monarch, my apprentice. Become Elden Lord. Perhaps I'm jumping ahead, but here is a symbol of my allegiance, and the Academy's. Do you recall what once I told you? That glintstone is the amber of the cosmos, and sorcery is the study of the stars and the life therein. When you become Elden Lord, please illuminate me. Lay bare the secrets of life which course the Elden Ring. Next time, I will be your student. Oh, one last thing. If you fail to claim your throne, you can always pay me a visit. Oh, don't fret. Even my dullest pupils will always have a place here.
Ah, au maître de pierre d'éclat.
It warms my heart that you still think of me. Yet I still yearn for you to find Master Lusat. His body is needed at the Academy to hone the primeval current. Who could have guessed? What a place to find Master Lusat. Oh, this is wonderful news. Now his body will be brought home. And when the bodies of Masters Azure and Lusat are together, the Academy can hone the primeval current, so that we, fallen children of the stars, will beam once again. I am most grateful. There are no others who would have done this. What a joy to have you as an apprentice. And, kindred spirit, this is a mere token of my thanks. Please, take it.
Ah, c'est une mission. Voilà, on a fait ce fait. La mission, personnellement, Sylvia, femme de Sats. Femme, tu me soucies. Et de là, examen de la Zaria. Ok. Ah, effectivement. C'est elle ça? Masque de pierre de sorcière. Le point de l'intelligence existerait sous le détriment de l'endurance. 1 point. 3 points. 3 points chacun. You can revisit the body of Azure to ciel.
My friend,
C'est moi, je l'avais pas ça. Lusat. Azure Lusat. Il y en a un, je crois qu'il est. Il y en a un qui est ici. Ok, c'est là. C'est ça. Entre tes seigneurs. T'as là. Il y en a un qui était là et l'autre c'est. Là c'est de le mont là-bas, j'ai déjà un machin dessus. Je vais faire la vaisselle comme ça, je peux faire tout le monde rentrer. Ah, c'est Gourmaille, elles sont putain de set alors. On voit de la puissance des sorcelleries du courant. Donne davantage de PC en contrepartie. Quand je m'en ai fait, pas sûr. Aïe aïe aïe. Radan, Radan, Radan. C'est charmant, pas faire Radan. Ah, mais il a des coups de cheveux de loin en plus. C'est les bases que pour une fois, mais il a de quoi tuer Radan de loin en fait. Cette fois-ci, il a de quoi défoncer Radan, clairement. Ouais, plaisir quand même. Se passer en méta blitz, c'est n'importe quoi. Hein. Clairement. Bah oui. Ça, mais il n'a pas du tout. Il a plus le. C'est quasiment sûr, c'est ça, le 9ème conjoint gagné. Hein. Ah non, c'est pas ça. Ah non. Oh, c'est trop loin. Oh, c'est le du courant d'avion. C'est pour ça, bon, là, il tue les zones 7 là, on va voir qu'on peut au début, mais. Ok. Ah, en fait, c'est juste la tête qu'il faut mal échange. On a fini ça, on a bien. Alors, Maple Blade. Je trouve. Ah, il faut absolument que j'apprenne ce gars-là. Pas que les faisais avant, mais bon. Alors, c'était là, non? Le comité monte. Donc, on a fait ça plusieurs fois en plus. Là. Là-bas. Vous m'avez pas vu la porte là-bas? On a quoi? Une jolie porte que tu as là. Bien fait. Смерть думаю, fait chasse, attends. Ah, c'était de la place pour y aller. C'est le guérou rentre dedans ici maintenant. Ouais. Il y avait juste un truc, tiens là, un monstre et c'est tout. Ouh putain ouais par contre il est super haut. Ouais, bah gars, de l'autre côté. Hein. Qui même plus c'est donne ça le problème. Si il donne un bon, il donne un bon niveau. Putain, y a pas de hein. Faut farm le gars en fait. L'autre le 8000 a déjà en fait, mais le magma, les autres le magma on a fait, non, il n'y a qu'un gars à ça en fait. Ah bah oui, mais à pied en fait, qui est juste à côté. Hein. Ça va être autour de moi plus long. Combien? 32. Putain, faut 2 petits points, gars. Bon. Le gars est bien malin. Hein. Putain, mais mort. Non. Le problème que ça bonne. Voilà, avec son bullshit, c'est que. Il est littéralement. Je sais pas où ça y est barré. T'es pas TP à l'île là hein. Non, bah, Ney estime que. Verrouille bien, s'il te plaît. Cosa li tape devant? Non, rien que la même la montée. Alexander. C'est que c'est le seul bout en fait, mais apparemment il y en a une quête pour gagner carrément. Ou bien un truc aussi c'est... Ah, il faut mettre du sol de way. Sur l'UP que moi je vais gagner en plus. Je marque my whip. Why not? Ok, métal même. Plus vite en fait. Bon, tout sera qu'il faut actif. Et moi, lui, il me s'est pas chopé de fond comme côté là. Elle est immunisée au feu. Elle est immunisée au feu. Intéressant. Ah, le gars il est immunisé au feu, je pense aux dégâts. Il est vraiment agressif. Quasiment moins, lui. Ah, t'es fait ami. Mais c'est comme ça, en fait, je regarde. Si le gars sera immunisé contre le feu, mais. Dans le groupe, moi, gars. Les autres gars. Il y a la chambre de fond. Déjà. Là, t'es donné. Je sais pas, on a rien eu quoi. Un micro. Un thème. Le chat. C'est le battle mage. On doit pas lire. Et voici le Dimedali. Fameux saut gigante battle mage. Ah oui. Et ça fait éclate Ali. Oui, le gars qui fait là. Oh Jésus Christ, comment il a pu éclater. Il y a pas de nom. Et j'ai rien eu. C'est mon dernier item. Il faut que je regarde la vidéo de Galassa. On m'a retrouvé le putain de... Sérieusement, ça m'a retrouvé Ali? Comment il fait pour monter encore un peu? Le chasser en lien. C'est bizarre, on m'avait pas sans lien en plus. Ça n'a pas compris. On tombe sur la map et tout. C'est déjà montré. Non. Le même puis qu'on m'a monté là, une pièce qu'on m'a monté là depuis là, ici même en fait. alerte d'un trou. Non, c'est trop haut. Ça va où tu veux. C'est bon. Voilà, c'est bon. Ah, foutage, les gars. Oh, ma maison, les gars. Bien encore plus haut que celle-là, en fait. Il doit être le plus haut, ça, bon. Parce que ma vie, là m'avait pas trouvé. Hein. Hey! Je crois que c'est le plus... Ouais, mais ça va être compliqué parce qu'il faut que je remonte en vrai. Il explique comment tomber. Il a une putain de vidéo dessus, c'est pas. Ancestral wood. C'est bizarre, c'est pas le même endroit en fait. J'essaie d'aller au mauvais endroit. Elixir. Ce sera le wood. Ok, j'ai des chiches. Non. 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 Sérieux. J'ai encore un putain de cercueil pour descendre. Comment j'étais censé putain de savoir, gars? Comment? Explique-moi. Comment j'étais censé savoir qu'avec un putain de cercueil qui allait me faire descendre? Explique-moi. Clairement. Donc si je vois tout n'importe quel cercueil qui est à côté d'une chute de trucs, il faut... C'est n'importe quoi, putain. J'arrive pas à le croire, quoi. Waouh. Putain, Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Comment j'étais censé savoir qu'il y avait encore un autre putain de cercueil qui allait me faire descendre à l'endroit où je veux aller? Vu qu'on ça descend, j'ai l'impression que t'es mort en fait. Attends, je suis jamais été là maintenant? Le principal de l'aisselle. Si, il me semble que je suis déjà été là en plus. Déjà lu ça. Ah oui, j'ai une race de pangolin. C'est le plus simple, non? Là, on m'a fait faire quasiment tout le tour de la bordelle de map en fait pour venir à là. J'avance avec mon garde du courant. Si je suis en truc là, moi. Non, si. Je serai là, je t'attendrai. Pourquoi fait ça, donc? Ah ouais. Il m'a pas été capable de faire ça. Je pense qu'on doit descendre là. Attends, mais ça tombe le déconfirme moi parce que... Je suis parti à droite, moi je crois. Si, je t'avais fait là, moi. Je flotte. Ah, tu montes et tu prends le truc. C'est ça? Est-ce que c'est ça? Non. Sur... Ah putain, je viens de voir le coffre, t'es sérieux? Le coffre est posé comme ça au KLM. The fuck? Le coffre est posé comment au KLM, tranquille. Au-dessus du truc. Why not? Ah bah stylé. C'est quoi le seul qu'on blesse? C'est le buff qu'il a mis avant. Ah c'est ça? C'est une blague seulement. On dirait deux, non? Ouais, deux vagues d'affilée. Qu'est-ce que j'ai cru? Intelligence et Dex. Alors, c'est quoi la suite de la vide? Peut-être on s'en savoir moins. Et merde. Wouhou. Ah putain, c'est vrai, je vais faire un truc là-bas. J'ai oublié. Et puis ça avant de finir le stream. Même le fait que actuellement, il est coincé par le truc, quoi. On va naviguer ça dessus, quoi. Hein. E o mais manião. Olha, mano. Tá por chão? Tá por chão, mano, manião. N'est-ce pas? Zero choice. I have zero choice. Actually. Le truc n'aurait été plus ardu que ça, mais... Oh, comme ils sont aussi moins puissants aussi en deux. Ouais, donc sous-estimons puissance apparemment. Allez, où c'est là? Ou bien c'est là où tu es Elden Là où tu es Elden Ring, ok. Je me suis affolé pour rien. On oublie de voir ce qui passe en bas. Ah, c'est le boss. Moi, j'ai dû rater un truc en l'air là. Ah putain, c'est lui. Ah, c'est le truc de moi que ça fait en fait. On a pas du tout spammé. C'est des conneries. On l'a pas du tout spammé. Non, non, non. On m'a pas fait le gros connard. On m'a pas spammé du tout. Le gars n'a rien compris. On m'a fait c'est sauter, attaquer, sauter, attaquer, sauter, attaquer, sauter, attaquer. Et le gars est moins comme un. En plus que météorie la main en fait. Épée colossale, je suppose. Oh. Ah, je vois pas ton épée là. C'est stock colossal. Ah, il est là. Restauration de l'ordre. Donc 28 de fois. Oui, chez eux. Bon, ben, on a finalement trouvé un. On a mal récupéré tout ce que me viennent perdre. J'ai juste besoin de tourner ici. Faut voir pour pas que j'oublie en fait, s'il y a un endroit que j'ai pas. Est-ce que les gars vont me voir si je passe ça là? Il se trigger pas en fait, il dorme. J'ai zéro bout, les gars viennent pas en fait. Tiens. On va monter ici. Je suis vraiment pas obligé hein. Ah ouais, c'est rempli là en fait. Oh putain. C'est quoi? Qu'est-ce qui m'a... The fuck t'es? Putain. Ah, je sais pas voler, putain. Ah, machin. Je vais montrer son bisou là. Ah mais... Mais si, descends. Ton manière. C'est miedo. Ça juste pour une arme unique. Tout ça juste pour une arme unique. Je me suis fait tuer juste pour une arme unique, gars. Putain, le bullshit. Je me suis fait tuer juste pour ça. Juste pour un arme unique. D'ailleurs, j'ai besoin de la fin de cette quête-là.
Plan, which is basically going to give you this potion right here. Now hold off giving this to anybody for now. This is going to also come in a little bit later, and for now you will want to head over to the royal capital. Once you pass the east ramparts, what you want to do is to head over through these walls all the way into this larger building and use this elevator to go downside. Once you reach the second building, kill the enemy and use these ladders to go to the next floor, which is going to be very important because from here you will want to take the stairs up top, and here is where you will find your very first seedbed curse. This is essentially the item that you need to present to Dung Eater so he can respond to you in the first place, point at which he will tell you the fact that his real body is located in a dungeon somewhere below the capital, and in the process he also gives you a sewer key. Now with this key, what I want to do is to reach the sewers of Lindell, so head over in the capital again until you reach the avenue balcony. From this point on, simply follow my path right here to the left side, jump over these roofs up until you see this well that you can use to jump down in the sewers. Open up the gate and simply make your way down like how I'm doing right here until you reach this side of grace right at this point in the subterranean shunning grounds. From this point on, there's just a couple more steps, so head over north up until you see these open grates in the ground, jump down and then follow up again the path north, and then take a sharp left right here through these poisonous flowers. Climb up the ladder, and from this point on, all you have to do is to just, well, take down some of these hand enemies, and Dung Eater will be in the cell behind this door that you can go ahead and open up with that key. Now, it's super important to not kill the real body or attack it yet. Yes, that's going to drop his, well, armor set early, but you're going to be locked out of his other cool items in the quest line, so for now, just pick the option to leave the Gowl and head over back to the round table hold. Here you're going to see that his summon is now missing, and in its place there's a message prompting you to go around the north side part of Lindell right here into this small lake. So head over there, and here is where you will get invaded by the...
Ok. Le pire, c'est que c'est où ça, le brat qui me dit que tout seul il t'appelle. Le pire, c'est qu'il m'a même pas... Là, le gars il est pas très loin en fait. Il m'a pas tué en fait. C'est le lac ça. Et là. Attends, il revient vite fait à l'endroit. Ouais, c'était à l'endroit où machin est mal frappé en fait. Pour X raison. Le gars m'a pas envahi parce que mal frappé là. Bizarrement, je me suis pas fait envahir quand j'ai fait ça. C'est... Y'a plus les géants? Non, les géants sont plus là. Très intéressant actuellement. Bizarrement, on va passer vachement comme Alpha est là, après on va y en mettre du tout en fait. Mais effectivement, Malfa il est plus là. Si, Malfa il faut là. Ah, le gars effectually.
Serves me right. Fitting bloody end. For a jumped up little shit with big ideas. Help me out. Would you, mate? I don't want to get cursed. Just let me die. I don't want to live like this. Not anymore. So, please.
Bien. Let's Bien.
I will kill you and defile your corpse. Then the pox will truly be your own.
Oh, ok, il y en a qu'un en plus. Bien. En bataille, c'est plus violent. Il s'appelle celui. Il s'appelle ce crabe charmant, hein. Il est mort. Alors, on est obligé de monter. Le veut charmant absolument. Le crabe n'est pas obligé, le crabe va redescendre donc. Déjà? Ah, le crabe, tu fais chier là, barre-toi là. Putain, on était deux gars en même temps quoi. Épée des Milos. Alors comme ça, petit crabe de merde, on vient me casser les couilles. C'est ça? C'est ça hein. Tu viens me péter les couilles. Oh, pour qui là? Hein? Tu te prends pour qui là? Crabe de merde là. Petit con là. Merci pour les trucs. Le connard là. Oh non. Pas la taille là. Il faut une bataille contre deux gars en même temps, tu vois. Ils m'ont accumulé. 2000 qui réduit la résistance à tous les dégâts aux altérations des ennemis proches. C'est puissant, effectivement. Ah, c'est ça, là, tout oublié. Ah non, non, c'est... Il sert à rien là. Je sais pas. Je sais pas comment on peut tourner ta description. Donc cet effet tape qui vous attaque puissante va être sur l'enchaînement d'attaque. Donc là, elle est pas active. Ah ok, ouais. Et comme il cuit. Ouais, effectivement. Il change de moveset en fait. Pascal sur la Dex et la force. Une épée saignement, mais il y a une épée saignement là, je crois pas. Hein. Il y a une épée sacrée. Faut aller avec ça. Avec ça. Ça les chouettes, c'est qu'il baisse actuellement la résistance des monstres en fait. Qui réduit la résistance à tous les dégâts ou les altérations d'ennemis proches.
Lake. So head over there, and here is where you will get invaded by the character, and you will want to go ahead and defeat him. Once you do that, you're going to notice his first item dropping, which is going to be the Sword of Milos. In terms of requirements, it's not too bad, only about 19 points into dexterity and about 15 into strength, but it also comes with the Shriek of Milos active ability, which is kind of like a more powerful version of the War Cry. As in, you don't just get to debuff enemies' defenses with this, it also has a high range and it further buffs up your damage. And not only that, it also changes the heavy attacks on your weapon, so now you will do a different chain of attacks compared to its default version. Overall, it's also nice to couple this with the Blasphemous Blade for an infinite sustain kind of build, since the Sword of Milos also regenerates your FP whenever something dies around you. So between these two items, the Taker's cameo and of course...
Attends, j'ai pas vu ça moi. C'est pas écrit dessus. Mais effectivement, l'icône est actif. Parce que j'ai pas en fait. J'ai pas le truc. Bah oui, putain. Effectivement, c'est violent en fait. Je récupère mes MP en fait. Là, si je coupe les deux, je récupère PV et MP en fait. Mais attends, maintenant je veux savoir le nombre de MP que je récupère en fait. Est-ce que c'est rentable? C'est une espadon je crois. Non. Très beau. C'est une sword colossale. Non, c'est pas une sword colossale ça. Sword Spear. C'est considéré comme quoi? Sword. Non, Sword c'est... Putain, c'est considéré comme quoi ce truc là? Une espadon, bah oui, c'est Great Sword en fait. Pourquoi j'ai pas trouvé dans Great Sword alors? Voilà, Sword of Milos. 5 MP. 5 MP. Les autres aussi, je crois que c'est 5. Actuellement. Ouais, quand tu coupes les deux items, effectivement, c'est la ruine de Milena. Faire masse les gars. Wesh. Ouais, je commence à avoir vraiment énormément d'armure, donc du coup c'est plus simple pour moi maintenant de avoir un truc de terre. Je plus besoin de ça en fait. Ah, j'ai même plus besoin de ça ouais. C'est exactement ça, c'est... Prends de... Jamais je t'attrape, t'es un homme mort, toi. Il y a un truc qui me manque des lieux. C'est quoi ça? Ah c'était une... Putain, j'avais pas vu qu'il était mort ce con.
The ancestral horns, you can create an infinite sustain build that does not rely on potions almost at all, and you can get both HP and FP back on anything that dies around you. But this is not where it all ends, as I've said. Once you defeated him, his summon will again be back at the round table hold, so you'll want to go ahead and talk to him again. He's going to tell you that you will want to bring curses, about 5 of them, to his body, back where you left it in the dungeons below Lindell, but instead of
ça va être sûrement une épée que je vais utiliser, mais d'abord, mais avant tout, je vais booster l'épée. Ça m'énerve tellement d'armes dans le jeu que sur Est-ce que j'ai eu encore, j'avais envie de booster là. Le Malek est déjà... Ah non. J'allais monter. Et j'ai forge 7. Et j'ai forge 7. Même des trucs que j'ai vraiment. Je suis en contrôle page. Non. C'est si j'ai en contrôle page l'intérieur, non. On va avoir une bonne collection de trucs n'empêche. Hein. C'est vraiment plaisir. Vraiment, je commence à avoir énormément de choses. Pierre 7. 7 normal. Legend. Tir de forge 7. Il me guise jusqu'à 9. Comment c'est puissant. Là de 2000 je suis passé à 1600 gars. Juste à faire toutes mes conneries. De 2 millions je suis passé à 1600. Le truc que je veux monter, c'est ça le souci. Seulement j'ai pas assez de... Un globe en fer. Hein. Creature bleu. Hein. La puissance d'attaque, la défense et la récréation dans le jeu. 62 k pas besoin. Ah mais la pute manière. Il n'y a pas une nouvelle centre de guerre que je n'ai pas vu. Ça va vite fait. quel sort je vais prendre? Ah, la traînée de foudre. La boule là, mais la giga boule de feu aussi. Ah, je peux enfin prendre ce truc là. C'est combien? 38. Encore loin, les gars. Les autres, je peux pas, c'est de la magie. Ah merde, j'ai enlevé le truc. Ah, je sais plus où c'est. Ah, je vais faire la traînée de feu en fait. J'ai pas vu. Je vais tester ça. On envoie le couillon là. On vient de me voir après.
There you are. You warded off despite the curtain on a success. How? I think you are, in fact. It is my flesh. Give me your blessing. Defile my flesh with again and until a cursed ring coalesces. Countless I have killed, and soon the fruits will be hundreds will be reborn cursed. A few of those will be born just like me, the rotten fools. My corporeal flesh lies in the... Give it your blessing. Different till a cursed ring coalesces that may one day My corporeal flesh lies in the sewer jail beneath the capital. Give it your blessing.
Je vais te retrouver à la capitale. Le truc c'est que j'ai plus l'impression, c'est ça qui me fait chier, j'ai l'impression vidéo en fait. Moi, je savais pas c'est quoi la suite de cette quête là, et j'avais pas compris. Vu que ma fra en fait a... le truc là. On m'a plus vu même. Suivi. Il peut être encore mettre dans le cage? Je crois pas. Hein. Oh, ben, il est plus là? Elle est gentille. Elle est assez gentille actuellement.
Along with their children.
Bringing those, you will want to administer Celovis potion, which we got at the beginning of this route. So this is the one that you want to pick, which will ensure that you don't just get access to his armor but also his summon, but it will lock you out of getting one of those runes from him, which instead locks you out of the possible endings in the game. So just make sure you know that beforehand. But administer the potion, and once you've done that, also make sure you hit the body so that you can get that armor set out of it. Otherwise, you can completely miss this. Now, the armor is called the Omen set. Obviously, you get to look like Dung Eater, and it's also one of the armors with the highest poise in the game of about 86. At the same time, it also weighs a lot at 55, which means you're gonna have to invest some points to endurance or get some of those weight talismans. Now, each individual piece gives you about 5% additional damage to burn spells, so that's 20% in total with the full set equipped. And there's only a couple of burn tools in the game that you can use, which look something like this. They can be pretty okay at dealing damage, and they also seem to have a pretty easy time to stagger enemies, kinda like the Rancor spells, but they are a little bit different. It's also the same one that the summon will use, which comes in quite handy, but overall, I mean, the set looks pretty nice, and of course you also get some really nice poise with it. Now, the only thing left here is to get the actual puppet slash summon with Dung Eater. So what you want to do is to progress a bit further in Celovis questline, specifically head over back to Ranni's Rise and go into the middle of these ruins, knock the ground, and this will open up a secret cellar. Inside, you're going to notice there's a secret puppet for Celovis. Go ahead, interact with the message, and then if you go back and talk to him, you're going to be able to deconspire him, point at which he's going to share his plan with you. Now, what you want to do is to also buy one of the puppets he presents you, and also just get all of the spells from his inventory, because for some reason this will progress his quest line. Another thing that helped progressing the dialogue is to also head outside of this area, progress the time in a different set of grace, and then come back and speak to Celovis again. If you do so, you're gonna have the option to buy a second puppet, point at which you're going to notice that Dung Eater's puppet summon will also be in his inventory. So this means you get pretty much almost everything from the quest line, with the exception of one of the secret endings, which will require one of his runes, but that's no longer possible. But you at least get the items and the summon at the same time. But to buy that summon, you do need about 5 of these Starlight Shards, and luckily enough there are quite a few of them in the early stages of the game. So here's how you find the first few of them. You can go ahead here by the Agil Lake Site of Grace, head over south of it, and there's going to be kind of like an air current that will bring you at the top of this cliff. At the end of it, you're going to notice this half piece of a bowl. You can go ahead and take the Starlight Shard right in front of it. The second one is going to be in this cliff in the Weeping Peninsula in the eastern part of it. You can just head over from the nearby Site of Grace, and it's going to be located again in front of one of these broken bowls. The third one is also quite easy, just southwest of the Stormvale Shack, right here at the edge of this cliff, again out in the open, so you can go ahead and just collect it. Meanwhile, the fourth one is going to be during the mission with Sorceress Helen. She actually rewards this to you after discovering in the Celia Hideaway the body of Lusat. So you do need to progress up until that point, but it's also quite fast and easy, and this is going to give you the fourth one. And finally, for the fifth one, you can just head over to the Liurnia Highway North and just head over well north of it until you reach kind of like these cliffs right here by this broken bridge, and you're gonna again find it out in the open. Now obviously there's going to be a lot more if you also finish Ronnie's quest line, but that comes in much later in the game, so these ones were way easier to collect. And once you're done with that, you can head over back to Celovis and buy that Dung Eater summon outright, and congratulations, you just got one of the best summons in the game. Now I'm not sure exactly if this is the best in the game, but it's definitely in the top 3 right there with some of the others, and it's probably even like in the rank 1 or 2 if you consider it for its amazing tankiness, and also the fact that it can definitely hold off its own against many of the bosses in the game. Actually, it solos a lot of the bosses in the game because of its cool spells. So the first spell you will see him casting is basically his, well, Shriek of Milos, which both debuffs the enemy the same way you do with the sword, and also buffs up the summons damage, which actually is pretty nice. So you can not focus on doing that yourself and instead just focus on dealing damage on the boss. At the same time, he also can cast Bairn attacks, which will deal quite a lot of damage, like 1500 most of the time, and also can stagger quite a bit, so it's actually quite a decent way of dealing more damage to the enemies. And because his sword also has about 55 points into Bloodlust build-up, he can definitely stack some more Bloodlust onto the enemy and also cause that, which comes in quite handy. Overall, I would say that this is a really strong summon, can definitely do a ton of AoE and debuffs. It resists for a very long time and it deals such a nice damage that you're not going to be bothered by it. You're going to definitely want it by your side with how amazing it is. This is it though with the summons. Totally let me know down below if you managed to get all of these or if you did miss any of them. Thank you so much for watching and I'll see you guys next time.
Et que je roulotte l'arrière pour avoir son armure. Son armure a un truc spécial ou pas?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So today we're going to be taking a look.
Et donc porter son armure active le truc alors. Je vais m'arrêter là. Stream.